everybody. It's Boot Shambi. Welcome to the show.
What was your initial reaction to the Nimmo trade?
Well, I'll tell you, when I heard about it last night, I was shocked that
Well, let me hear what he had to say. So he said Chris Young really wanted to retool compared to the Mets. I guess they made it more World Series already. But I don't think he's the places for it for Dollars, etc. This year was not good offensively. Oh, the liars. That's right. Well, Brown.
And welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. We bring you AAA baseball from the International League. It's the Syracuse Mets and the St. Paul Saints. First pitch coming your way next. And we are just about set to go. And on the mound today, Jake Irvin. Here's some more info. Not many pitchers stand as tall as he does, and that can present a challenge for hitters. They're not used to seeing someone with his height on the bump. That may lead to some more bad swings in the early innings, and it also makes it easier for him to live at the bottom of the zone because it's harder for hitters to get on plane. Ryan Kreidler in the box now. No balls and a strike. Definitely not the way he wanted to start this game. He needs to escape this inning and get on track fast. Right down the chute. Looking at 2 straight pitches and now down 0-2, you're just hoping to make contact. Already in a big hole, and the pitcher clearly has the advantage. Got it. That'll end the inning after a lot of runs across. So 9 batters come to the plate, 4 of them score. Bottom half of inning number 1 coming up. The Mets with the lead, 4-0. Welcome back. Our starter in this one, Clayton Kershaw. Here's a deeper look. You can see from the numbers that he's done a good job limiting opposing batters this season. They're hitting under 250 against him. It's not all about the strikeouts when you do that. You have to move your pitches around, mix speeds, and keep hitters off balance. He'll do well if he can execute like that in this one. Now into the ballgame on defense, number 9, now out in left field. And a 7-1 finish in this one. For our entire outstanding crew here at the show, I'm Ben Gelman. Thanks for tuning in.
Fans, our final line score. First, for the victorious visiting team, 7 runs on 14 hits. No errors. They left 9 runners on base. For the Saints, 1 run on 9 hits. No errors. They left 15 runners on base. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 57 minutes. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And we remind you to please drive home safely.
And welcome in, everybody. Glad you're with us. The show has an NL East matchup. It's the Philadelphia Phillies going up against the New York Mets. Alongside Chris Singleton, I'm John Sciambi. All right, Singy, we get a chance to play in one of the cooler venues in all of baseball.
Well, such a cool place. I got goosebumps walking in today. Just so honored to be in this setting, and I know the players down there on the field, they can't wait to get going.
All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. Just about ready to roll here. Now the starting pitcher in this one, David Peterson. Chris, what should we keep an eye on here with him?
Well, no doubt about it. He's going to have to put together some consistently good performances in order to bring that ERA down. Now, he's got good stuff. He's just got to be able to have confidence, trusted, and really go after hitters, not nibble. Trust that his stuff can have late life and miss barrels of bats.
Ready to go now? And the batter now, Trey Turner. And Singy, we already know he's
behind backup protector walking.
going to finish the season.
You're out. 3.
Now playing second base, number 23, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And stepping in for New York, Trace Thompson.
Definitely scuffling at the dish lately. Only 2 hits over the last 5 games.
I would see the room to spend on Josh Hader. Actually, the room to spend on
Fans, it's now September. Time to lock in your season tickets for next season. Whether you're a new customer or renewing for another year, the sooner you sign up, the better your seats will be. So don't delay. Visit any stadium ticket window for information.
This one chopped on the ground, but foul. And the pitch. Gary Simmons has the plate duty in this one.
Well, with Simmons, it's not always your standard strike zone, Berg. It kind of gives a little extra in some parts of the zone and then can be tighter in others. But I think the important thing is he doesn't get labeled as inconsistent, so you got to stay ready up there.
Oh, 2 now. Hit on the ground, might be 2. Guerrero zips it to first. That's 1 out, the bottom of the second.
Batting 6, the left fielder, DJ.
Now it's DJ Stewart.
You know, this is kind of a tough matchup as a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher. What you tell yourself is, I want to stay square to the plate, try to hit the ball over the shortstop. Head.
Well, the best way to shake off yesterday's struggles is to get on the board early.
Looks like they want to set up the double play. Intentional walk will make it first and second with 1 gone. So 1 out with 2 aboard. Francisco Lindor comes up to the plate, taking his first at bat of the game after entering on defense. In the air out to center. Crow Armstrong should have it. Makes the grab. 2 down.
Batting 8, the designated hitter.
So first and second with 2 outs. Luis Angel Acuna up now for the Mets. Found back our way, and that's out of play. 2 outs. Right through there for a strike. Swings through it, and that's a strikeout.
A lot of adrenaline, we can see it right there, and sometimes you just got to let it out. That's an outstanding job of taking that, executing, and getting out of a tough inning.
New inning getting started. Digging in, Joey Votto.
Number 19, Joey Votto.
Bless you.
So the lineup flips over. Here's the shortstop at the plate. Trey Turner. So the batting order turns over. Harrison Bader, the next to hit. He's 0 for 1. That one catches the zone. That's strike 1. Parada gets his lead at first with nobody out. And fouled off. Lifted in the air out to left. Brings it in.
Just pulled off of it a little bit right there. That front shoulder coming open instead of staying closed. If he does that, he's going to be able to go up the middle the other way with some authority instead of a fly out to left.
Ronnie Mauricio now. He's 0 for 1. Right through there for a strike.
If I'm at the dish right now, I am aggressive over the heart of the plate. This guy's been filling up the strike zone, so you know you're going to get a good pitch to hit. And as nasty as the stuff is, you might as well take all 3 swings.
The 0-2. On the ground, could be 2. To Tatis for the pivot. There's one, and that's two. One hit in the inning, but nothing more than that. 3 innings complete. It's the Phillies 1 and the Mets nothing. All set for the start of the inning. Here's the Phillies DH, Bobby Witt Jr. The line to kick the pitch. Now a drag bunt, third base side. And he grabs it.
First base.
And now it's the polar bear, Pete Alonso. Outfield playing very deep. Now wanting anything over their heads. Odd choice here. They intentionally walk him, and the runner now into scoring position.
These fans don't like to see that because they showed up to watch him swing the bat, but this team does not want to let him beat him.
Trace Thompson digs in now.
And Boog, I'd say he's due.
Breaking ball through there for a strike.
Big at bat right here with an opportunity to do damage. But on the flip side, ground ball, double play, strikeout, that could get the inning back under control on the mound.
Next offering is in for a strike. The Phillies up by a run here in game 3 of this 4-game series. Cuts and misses. It's a strikeout.
Well, you rarely ever see 3 curveballs in a row because that's one of those pitches that's most effective when you haven't seen it recently. You might see 3 sliders in a row, but right there, he was feeling that curveball and figured he could finish with that pitch.
Here's the left fielder, DJ Stewart. He was walked intentionally his first time.
The last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this spot.
40 minutes long. Another guy who can race homers. 40 speed. Goes to walk him. Double play him. North not getting play.
Fall off foul. And now the lefty. Swing and a tapper that rolls foul. Two on, one out. Gets a piece and stays alive. Grounder might be two. One at second. And their second double play of the day will end the fourth.
Got the batter to hit it exactly where he wanted. That textbook 6-4-3 double play, gets out of the jam and back in the dugout.
And we're back. Top five, John Shelby with Chris Singleton. And leading it off, Brent Rooker. The lefty fires. Top of the zone for a called strike. Rooker, a former All-Star, 29 years old, and he's usually in right, today starting in left. That's in there, and the count is 0-2.
To break it down and make
top of the Mets order. And now Bader up to the plate. And that's in for a strike. The pitch. And that one lifted in the air center field. He's got it. 2 down.
The batter, number 10, shortstop, Ronnie.
And next for the Mets, Ronnie Mauricio. A switch hitter batting right.
Yeah, too hard to play. Let's see if we do it. What we do.
There's the strike.
How money got for the home team?
Foul back our way, and that's out of play. Inside, just missed.
It's a good take.
Swing and a miss, and that is that. So a run on one hit, no errors, and a man left. We're through 5, all tied 1-1.
Never appeal what we gotta do this season. We got about to start it out.
And welcome back to the ballpark. All right, we go to the top half of inning number 6. Now here is Akil Baddoo. Strike 1.
You know, these Phils, from what we've seen, I think it's fair to wonder if they've been too patient at the plate. Sometimes it's a good thing, but today they're continuing to fall behind in the count, and that's adding a ton of pressure to their offense.
The wind to the pitch. And that one is lifted in the air. Sizing this one up. Hauls it in, and there's one away. Trey Turner down.
Hey, partner, back in 2023, Turner homered off the same pitcher twice in the same inning. Only a few players have ever done it, and his were against his former team, the Washington Nationals.
And he bunts, but that's a foul ball. And he drops it down the third baseline. Grabs it barehanded. Well, a great effort, but he can't get the out, and now the go-ahead run is on base.
It doesn't surprise anyone when he gets on base by dropping down a bunt. I mean, this is just the latest example of him using his speed to his advantage and showing off his skills with the bat. That was very nice.
Now here's Bobby Witt Jr. Leads the league in batting average with only a handful of games left on the schedule, closing in on a batting title. There goes the runner. Strike in there. The throw, tag, and he's out.
That goes to show you stealing a base is a tough thing to do and far from a sure thing, even with big-time speed. It's not easy to catch him, but that was a great catch and throw. Quick, not rushed, and accurate.
And a bunt back at the pitcher.
He's out.
The throw to first. And Witt is out. That ends the frame of the bunt attempt. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left. Part of the order, 3-4-5 coming up. All tied 1-1. And we're back. Jeff McNeil stands in. Chris, baseball today, so many strikeouts, and they are available to pitchers. But this is a guy that puts the bat on the ball and is kind of different from the players that we see day in, day out. One down. And now the right fielder, Trace Thompson.
3-pitch strikeout last time up. Got to put up more of a fight in this one.
Bounce to the left side. It's in and out of his glove. And no shot to get him at first. There's 2 aboard. First and second, 1 out. Now the left fielder, DJ Stewart.
He's all right. Okay. Skip over.
On the ground, a second, might be 2. Over to Turner for 1. On to Votto. And they turn it.
Well, the second baseman made that one look easy. Great feed to the shortstop. Shortstop completes the play. They get out of a jam, and they end the inning.
We go to the top of the 7th. Now it's going to be Pete Crow Armstrong. And the pitch.
I need to take a break out of this. I have to check my schedule. In a second.
This one smoked out to left. Stewart snags it. One up, one down.
Man, he smoked that fastball. It's all over it. It's just frustrating when you can't get it to fall. Maybe next time up he'll find a hole.
Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's already homered in this game.
He's a big, strong guy. Can untie this game with one swing.
Three.
Now pitching for the New York Mets. Number
I like the
47,
jersey.
Joey Lucchesi. He's hitting for the Phillies. Number 9,
Now it's the right fielder, Akil Baddoo. 1 for 2. Hammered on the line, base hit. Throw comes in quickly, holds that go-ahead run at third, and there's still one away.
Seems like he got exactly what he was looking for right there. That pretty much split the zone down the middle, and those are the ones where you got to make them pay. Now that sets up a huge at-bat in this ballgame.
So the Philly batting order turns over. Trey Turner stands in for the Phillies. Golden opportunity right here. And that one fouled off.
In the infield at the corners, don't be surprised to see them come home first and prevent that run from scoring.
With the go-ahead run at third, and we're in the top of the 8th. To short, could be 2.
Shit. Double play.
On a second, they get 1. Double play. What a clean killing to end the inning.
Just trying to sneak one through with the bases loaded, but an excellent job by the defense to turn that one and get out of this jam.
Bottom of the 8th. Here's the center fielder, Harrison Bader.
This change for the Phillies. Now playing first base. Number 17, Adam. He's out. Now pitching for the Mets. Number 39, Edwin Diaz.
You're out. That's ball 4.
Making a move at first. Pitch running here, Jeremiah Jackson. One down, runner at first. And now it's Frankie Lindor. 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts and a strikeout.
If you're a base runner, you've got to stay dialed in here. Look for anything in the dirt. Try your best to get into scoring position.
Somebody at the YouTube took care of the little press conference.
As the official charity of Major League Baseball, the Boys and Girls Club of America allows more than 4 million children annually the chance to realize their dreams both on and off the field. Visit the Boys and Girls Club of America online at bgca.org.
Solid chance that if I stay healthy, if I just kept producing, that there's times when I was in New York, I stayed in touch with him, and he has nothing but amazing things to say about the Rangers. He's been on both sides, and he has absolutely, thrived in this environment, and thinks that we are capable of winning a World Series, and he is really, really excited about this. And so, talking with him and talking with many other people inside the organization,
the RBI program
including
is a
Skip,
program sponsored by Major
all I
League
hear is
Baseball that provides
very,
baseball
very
and
excited
softball
about
playing opportunities
next
to
season.
youth in underserved
We're
communities.
not in a rebuild
RBI
mode like
currently
we're
serves
going
nearly
for it.
120,000 boys and girls in
This
more
next
than
season
200
is
cities
a very exciting time
worldwide.
for the Texas
For more
Rangers.
information
So,
on the RBI program
it's got me
or to
very
find the
excited for
RBI
the season.
league nearest
Obviously,
to
I
you,
would not
please
have
visit
waived the no trading clause if I did not think that I
MLB.com/RBI.
could come here and win and be a part of, taking that World Series. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Of course. And Kennedy?
Hi, Kennedy Lindsay with MLB.com.
Texas. Thank you.
What is, you said you were familiarizing yourself with the Rangers, obviously, you're international league, you don't see them as much. What have you learned, I guess, about this organization over the last couple of days and the differences there?
Yes. Well, one of the things that really stood out to me was how well their pitching and defense did last year, and how, offensively there was a little bit of a letdown, but that a lot of tools are there offensively. You have a lot of young guys that are extremely talented, and so what I saw was a lot of promise from the offensive side of things, and then honestly, one of the biggest things that you have to have in order to compete for a World Series is pitching. You saw, the Dodgers pitching in order to win the World Series. You saw Yamamoto go complete game twice. You saw Snell going to the seventh inning. Like, you see that pitching is a huge aspect to winning the World Series. You could even say that the Dodgers, in that World Series, probably, they weren't as hot as they were with, like, the Brewers. And so, the pitching is really the first thing that you need to have. And some guys like to call it run prevention, and when you combine the pitching with the defense. And what I saw was that is already there, and you're not losing a lot of that. And I think that that's something that Eli really prides himself on. And so I didn't realize that they were like, when I went to look, like they were number one in a lot of things. And, that's really, really impressive with the type of pitchers that are out there for all three positions now. I think the pitching is the best spot it's ever been since the game has started. And to be number one in a lot of those categories is something that is something to really be proud of. And honestly, it's something that I didn't know. And when I looked at these pieces, I saw that they really weren't that far off from being a World Series contender, because something that I've always said is you always just have to get your foot in the door, right? You just have to get, to the party. You got to be in the dance. And once that happens, it really comes down to whoever is the hottest and whoever is playing the best baseball in October for those series. Because you have to get through, a 3-game series or a 5-game series where things can, bad luck-wise or good luck-wise, like bounce one way or another, and it can happen really quickly. And that could be the series right there. And I experienced it in 24 when we made it to the CS. And, for me, the biggest thing is worrying about getting the foot in the door, and then if you have extremely good pitching, that really helps with 1-2 runs in the door. So for me, I see, a lot of promise from young guys, and then obviously, Corey Seager, his career speaks for itself. And, you see guys like Wyatt Langford coming up that, he's going to be a real impact player, and he has a really high ceiling. And I'm coming in here to try and mentor someone that it's really unbelievable to say this, even for myself, like, coming in my 10th year in the major leagues. I've been through a lot of different regimes, a lot of different hitting coaches. There's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, and I, have been able to, through my career, be able to make adjustments, be one kind of player, and then realize, there's maybe more that takes over here, and when you gain something, you usually give up something, so how much of that do you want to do? So really, one of my jobs coming over here is to impart as much wisdom as I can on these younger guys with so much talent, and really kind of step into this role that, like, Dave Bruce, Curtis Anderson, and David Wright were for me. That's my role with these guys, and I think I can relate with them a lot. Even down to, I was known as being a little bit injury prone early in my career, and then he's been able to make a lot of adjustments and be able to put up 4 years of 150 plus games the last 4 years, and that's taken, being very introspective, looking at yourself and saying, what can we do better, nutrition-wise, hydration-wise, and also, preparation-wise for the game and the season. So, I'm here to be, a useful source and a mentor for a lot of these guys on the offensive side of things. And then to, obviously add, I think I'm a pretty good player, so obviously to add what I bring to the playing side of things as well. But it is one thing that the Rangers made very, abundantly clear when I was being courted by them was, we love the player, we want the player, but we've done a lot of background on the person, and we want that person here, and we want you to impact these guys by being yourself and by imparting your knowledge. And so I'm really excited about that trip.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yep. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, Brandon, how did the daughter do with the crustation? Did you get all over her face? Big giant mess.
Yeah, so we're one of those crazy families right now where we haven't introduced the sugars yet, and so we kind of made like this healthy. My wife made the like healthy cake, and she did get it everywhere. She was eating it, but most of it ended up on the floor. We'll have some pictures share with that. It's been a weird, last 3-4 days, and been trying to get all of those bases covered before we get to the, sharing the pictures of the crushed cake and all that stuff. But we did it at my parents' house. My parents live down here in St. Lucie now as well, and Shelby's mom came over, and we put the paper on the floor and had her, get all into it, and get all of them mess everywhere. And we had an absolute blast with it. But we also took her to the zoo, and so it was a big day for her.
Big day.
Yeah, she needed extra time the next day. So, but we absolutely enjoyed it. She loved it as well.
So the 2023 Marlins get Jim Marco as the manager. What do you remember about those teams? Because they were pretty testy.
That's what I remember. I remember them playing hard-nosed baseball. I remember them, trying to figure out, not everybody can win the same way. You have to find out what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, and figure out, okay, so what's the other side's strengths and weaknesses? How do we expose that? And to me, it seems like they tried to expose that every single time. We always hated playing the Marlins, to be honest with you, because they were so testy, they were so athletic. It's just like they wanted to win. You could just tell there was like a chip on the shoulder, like they wanted to win at whatever cost it was. That meant bunting the guy, that meant doing sacrifice bunt, or even doing a safety sweep, and getting the guy in. It was all about putting pressure on the other side. And, that's what I get from Skip as well when I'm talking to him, is there's not one way to win a ball game, but we need to use, our mind and not just say, well, this is the way that I've always done things, and so we're going to try and win this way. It's like, no, you need to look at yourself, look at your team, and you need to figure out what are our strengths and weaknesses, how does that match up to the other side, and how do we expose their weaknesses to our benefit. And that's what I always remember from Skip and his team, was that competitiveness being there and that willing to win it at whatever cost. And I relate to that a lot because, I've had a lot of different ways of succeeding in this game, and it's not always been the same way. But when it comes down to it on the field, I don't really care, if we win by 1 run or if we win by 10. I just want to figure out some way to beat, and so for me, I resonate with him a lot on that, and just being, being scrappy and just fighting tooth and nail on the field to be able to figure out how do we win today. I know that in baseball you can't win every game, but I've seen how important it is, and 3 years, I think, I've either made, the last 3 years, I've either made the playoffs or lost the playoffs by 1 game. And it even does less than that sometimes. So I see how important every single game is, and Skip does as well. And we want to, be known as very, scrappy and fight tooth and nail kind of guys. That doesn't mean that you aren't extremely talented. We can have very, extremely talented people. But you want to make sure that, you're felt. Like, people hate playing you. That's kind of the way you want to be known.
Okay, and then you haven't played right field for a while. You want to take a chance, you'll have that opportunity here. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
The biggest thing for me is getting reps in spring training, right? So, wherever we decide upon, and that's still to be talked about, right field or left field, because what we want to do is, we want to make sure the other guys are comfortable as well. Carter and Langford and, wherever we decide on, we want to make sure it's best for the unit, because if you work well, you're a unit out there. You're covering ground as a unit. It's not just, well, let me cover my ground in right field and whatnot. We need to move together as a unit so that we can cover as much ground as possible in the outfield. So we want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with that. But for me, I have had, the pleasure of playing all 3 positions. And for me, the biggest thing is just getting the reps out there in spring training. As long as I can do that, I feel good about making a transition over there if we need to. It's just different angles. And corners are probably, as far as getting used to them and those angles and like the side spin and, when a righty or a lefty hits it opposite-handed and the fly ball is going to come back into the field. And just remembering all these little cues, it's all definitely stuff to pay attention to, but all stuff that can be remedied by the reps in there. And I'm not just talking about like game reps, like, getting out there, batting practice, and getting the fly balls. And we'll be working on that in spring training. So I do feel good about it. Once you kind of get on that routine, it becomes like riding a bike. But we'll just make sure that we're just getting the reps out there.
So your outfield coach is Travis Jankowski.
Yeah, I know. Danko is a former teammate of mine. It's so crazy. The funny part was, if I stayed with the Mets, the guy that was going to be the outfield coach was a teammate of mine in CL and Valley League. So either way, I was going to have a teammate of mine being my coach, and that's a weird feeling, but it's something that I'm very proud of because, hey, not many people get to this point, and it's very difficult to play this long. So I'm very proud of that, but I also know that Janko and I's relationship will flourish from this. It's something that we can already be honest with each other on and tell each other, this is what I see, this is what I'm thinking, you, let's have constructive criticism. I had that with my prior outfield coach, Antoine Richardson, and it's something where, we don't want coaches to be someone that will tell you exactly what you want to hear, right? You want people to be honest with you, and when they're coaches, you want to have fair assessments of where you can get better and how we accomplish that. And so for Janko and I, that will already be there, to be able to have open and honest conversation and respect each other at the end of the day. But it's awesome to have a guy that I've already played with and already started a relationship with as a coach, especially in such proximity as far as base running and outfield go. But I'm excited to work with him, and he's an amazing person. So it makes the transition easier.
Great. Well, looking forward to having you here. Great air. It's a good speed crew.
Yeah.
That's the first out the road.
Ground ball could be two. Flips for one, and still another double play. Their fourth tonight, inning over. Nothing across here this half. 9 isn't enough to decide a winner, so we are off to extra innings. All tied 1-1. Now into the game, Brandon Nimmo. He'll be out in left field. And welcome back to the ballpark. On to extra innings. And now for the Phillies, Brent Rooker. The pitch. Here's a chopper to short. Mauricio throws to first in time. And they get the leadoff man in the 10th.
Not a bad outcome in that spot. The runner moves up to third, and now they have a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. It's not a hit, but at the end of the day, it's a good at-bat, especially when you're playing extra innings.
Drops one down in front of the plate. Not in time, he legs it out. Well, Singy, that was really nice looking. Able to get it down and in a good spot.
And he makes it look easy. Bat angle was perfect. Barrel stayed above the hands. Could almost walk to first.
Runners at the corners here. One away. Rafael Marchand stands in for the Phillies. Pitch out, but no action.
Well, all eyes on the double play ball in this spot. No better way to get out of this inning.
Runners at the corners, one away. Here in the top half of the 10th. Next offering is in for a strike. Right. Now a pitch pinch hitter coming on for the Phillies, Will Smith. And he's got the go-ahead run out there in scoring position for him. The pitch. Swings through that.
He's a bad ball hitter, so even if you get him to chase pitches outside the zone, he still might beat you. Not an easy out by any means.
2 on, 1 out. Rolled to short, possible 2 ball. Steps on the bag for 1. And that's 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. On to the bottom of inning number 10. All tied 1-1. So remaining in the game defensively, Will Smith. He takes over behind the plate to do the catching after entering the game as a pinch hitter. And we're back, ready to go for the last half of the inning. So now here's the Mets DH, Luis Angel Acuna. On the mound now, Alfredo Veras.
And compared to a lot of other relievers, strikeouts have not been a big weapon for him this year, so the defense should be active.
That's one guy.
The pitch. That one a little bit high, and it's 1-0. Swing and a miss as he was out front that time. Swings through that one for strike 2.
Well, if he's going to do something special right here, it's going to happen with 2 strikes.
And the righty deals. Swings and misses, struck him out.
Oh, nothing too fancy on the strikeout pitch right there. Just a low 90s fastball, and I'm not sure he was trying to challenge him, but that's pretty much what happened. Very hittable location, but he found a way to just get it by him.
And here's the catcher, Kevin Parada. A strikeout.
Parada can't run, but I don't think I'll make it do it.
But I do know, ultimately,
Bad base.
was to bring a World Series.
So for some Wyoming.
But
Hello.
it seems like from the outpouring support that I've been
No.
the fan base remembers, me fondly as well. And that's always a great feeling to feel like you are appreciated for what you did for the organization and the effort you put out on a daily basis. I have definitely felt that support and I felt that love. Thank you so much. Bringing in Jared Sandler with Rangers TV and radio. Okay. Great. If you have a question, what was it like growing up playing baseball in Wyoming? I understand high school baseball wasn't an option, so you played Legion ball. Yeah, obviously not a baseball contest. So what was that like? Yeah, it's not like Texas. It's such, there's so many players, so many great players that come out of Texas. Wyoming was, like you said, a little bit of the unconventional route. We're trying to make it more conventional. Now we're trying to, the program has really taken a lot of strides even since I've been there. And one thing was, that's weird to people is that you didn't have high school baseball. So, for me,
And a walk. Intentional walk coming here, and that sets up the double play possibility with 1 away and runners at first and second. Back to the top of the lineup, Harrison Bader up now for the Mets. Swing and a high fly ball, deep left field. Back there. And it's off the wall. In comes the winning run, and the Mets walk it off in extra innings.
Right down the line.
And your final score here today, 2-1. A one-run extra inning win for Chris Singleton and our entire crew. I'm John Shambi saying so long.
Okay, we could take it more off.
The final line score for our ball game tonight for the victorious New York Mets. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They left 10 runners on base. For Philadelphia, 1 run, 8 hits, no errors. They left 8 runners on base. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 46 minutes.
And, you know, there's someone out there that, you know, their livelihood depends on them. You know, and they get on another, you know, as the Mexicans will say, what, sleep your way off that one, or walk your way off, you know, out there. You know, for me, I don't know, there's someone else out there that's trying to get better right now, and so I am trying to get better. That was really important for me in my mindset, you know, coming into pro ball, and trying to look at myself and ask myself, am I getting the most out of myself? And so I really love playing at the end. You know, it's something that I'm very proud of. But it wasn't meant to benefit me. And you know, trying to give back to that community and help them make that a smooth process. But you know, I did kind of this is probably a non-personal part, but you know, I mentioned the Calvin Dixon line because kind of
Calvin the Mason Dixon line.
when family was saying my mom about that that song, but you know they were safe about it against you know playing in that system and number 9 hits. You know, it's a nice added benefit. But I do enjoy going out there and kind of going the unconventional route. But I do think there's a lot of similarities between my own methods that really feel like they're at home. I appreciate that. And one more sincere thanks. Even really the net runners were a great pleasure because you would represent right. We have a lot of guys coming in who maybe you know they platoon or they struggle against lefties. You know, is that always going to happen, or what's that another piece of advice for you? Yeah, no, it's just something that I take a lot of pride in. It was something that was kind of a career. My career became one of two ways. I would either want to start becoming one of those platoon guys, or I was going to start getting second or in the league pitching center. And I basically, it was around 21. I think it might have been 21. We ended up having almost right-handed relief players when we were in the Mets, and I basically got this idea in my head that you know if I never really pitch and I'm not going to get better at this stuff. And so I asked our GM at the time if we could get a left-handed relief player, and because you know he asked why, and we brought up the reason, and he said okay, we'll try it out, and that brought up Rocky, and we called him Izquierdo, obviously, and Rocky came up from the minor leagues and started throwing left-handed relief. then I took it to another level after talking. I got this really fortunate opportunity to talk to Todd Hunt and got set up where I said in the media somewhere that like, hey, I'd love to pick Todd Hunt's brain because he was my rock this morning up, and he's so good at hitting, left-handed and right-handed. He told me that he would have his strength coach at the time, who was left-handed, like actually pitch to him and try and get him out. And he said it really helped him a lot in hitting left-handed. So I basically stole his idea, and I said, Rocky, can you throw a curveball, a slider, throw two seams and whatnot, and change ups and whatever you got, like get me out, like make me look stupid, and that was one of the turning points for me was when I decided I didn't really care what I look like in the cage or anything. Like I want you to make me look stupid. I want you to get me out, and I want you to keep me out of game as possible. And from there on, we started to see my numbers improve, and I started to get better, and we would close the distance and make it even harder. And we would try and figure out whatever ways we could to make it as game real, like as game like as possible. And I had such success with it that I continued it into Rocky. Like that's Bubby being in the minor leagues, and he's left-handed, and I'm good as Rocky at his pitch speed, and then I just continued that all the way till now, and it's something that has really helped me to stay on top of it. But it was a big turning point in my career that made me much more comfortable against left-handed pitchers, and we've continued that ever since. What's Rocky's last name again? Rocky Fernandez, right? Got it. And he is, yeah, he actually texted me not too long ago. And he's actually their hitting coach now. He's one of their hitting coaches, which is such a cool story for me because I when he got brought up, he was like, I don't really want to be a speed guy. I just want to be a hitting coach, you know. And I was like, okay, well, I get that, but like you're gonna get a lot of energy doing what you do, and like like we'll compensate, like we'll figure out some way to make this comfortable because speedy guys don't get paid that much. So I was like, it's cool, figure out a way to make this comfortable. Like I'll help whatever I can, but you're indispensable for like my success. So like I need you, and then it's really cool because it comes full circle when he seems like I only got down to like become a hitting coach and then work my way up to this year being promoted to be one of the hitting coaches and now being a hitting coach in the majors. So for me that was a really cool full circle moment, and he deserves every bit of it. Thanks so much, man. Yeah, of course. All right. It doesn't look like we have any more questions. So we will take care of Brandon. We will leave this thing today. And thanks for taking on. Look forward to more conversations next week. Yeah, and of course, thanks a lot, man. Sorry for the delay. Just having some technical difficulties with the microphone on the iPad. So thanks to everyone for being patient with me. And yeah, looking forward to creating relationships with all of you.
this has a Semien in World Series or not. Yeah, I think. How good the team is.
Welcome in from the Polo Grounds. The show brings you a matchup of division rivals. It's the Philadelphia Phillies going up against the New York Mets. John Shabby and Chris Singleton on the call. Chris, one guy having a big year for this club, leading the team in home runs and runs batted in, Francisco Alvarez.
Yeah, Boog, he's one of the pillars of this lineup, and when you have a guy like that that's so consistent and so productive, you want to make sure you can do whatever you can to get him to the plate. Get him as many at-bats as you can in a ball game. If you do that, you got a really good chance of scoring a lot of runs. Well, coming into this game, hitters are batting under 250 against this starting pitcher, so it just shows you how effective he's been. He's been able to move his pitches around, add and subtract, change up the look so that hitters don't get too comfortable and start squaring up the baseball. We'll see what he's got in this one.
Hard hit, right side. Jackson tosses to first. One out in the top of the first. And time now for the Phillies lineup. And we check out the guy in the 7th spot, Brent Rooker.
Well, he's an important part of this lineup for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about it, Boog. It's somebody that they try to feed off of. He does a lot of things, very well up there at the plate. He's got a presence about him, and, he's a guy that you really kind of like to watch swing the bat.
Adam Duvall at the plate. And it's fouled away. Quintana goes 6'1". He features a sinker, a four-seamer, a curve, a changeup, and occasionally mixes in the slurve. Thompson sizes this one up, and there's 2 away.
Hey, man, 4 pitches, 2 outs. That is an excellent base.
The third baseman, Vladimir
2 outs, base is empty. Now the third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Obviously a guy who makes good contact, hits for average, but one of the things in today's game, the value in the fact that he hits both righties and lefties. High chopper to third, and that's just foul. They're so reliant on the matchups nowadays, Chris, and it's huge when you don't have to sit a guy or platoon him.
When you can hit, both sides in terms of pitchers' arms, you're a guy that it's hard to take out of the lineup, and I think it's very important today when everything is under the microscope. Big knock there to keep the inning alive and an opportunity to put something in the gap and give the Phillies the lead.
And up to the plate is Will Smith. Swing and a ball lined out towards center. Thompson right there to make the grab. And that'll do it. One left for Philadelphia. Now the Mets will step up for their first shot in a scoreless ball game. It's Major League Baseball on the show. Back here with my pal Siggy. And on the mound for Philadelphia in this one, Garrett Crochet.
Well, that whip is just below the league average, and that's a good thing in this case, not allowing too many base runners. So on most days, he's going to go out there and compete and put his team in a position to win, and I expect to see that from him in this one today.
Fans, it's now September. Time to lock in your season tickets for next season. Whether you're a new customer or renewing for another year, the sooner you sign up, the better your seats will be. So don't delay. Visit any stadium ticket window for information.
Made a Joe W.
And now here's Jeff McNeil.
The first baseman.
Swing and a pop-up in foul ground. And there's one away. Here's Brandon Nimmo.
The left fielder. Brandon Nimmo.
Ouch.
That ball hit him.
Well, this has become a dangerous situation now. Missing spots on the mound and an opportunity for this offense to take advantage.
So first and second with one gone. Francisco Alvarez will hit next. The pitch. On the ground, 2 ball. Guerrero over to second. Avivado. And they turn it.
Well, we can never overstate it. Pitcher's best friend right there. Double play, gets out of the jam, saves some pitches.
Top of the second, and the batter now is Joey Votto.
You know, this is kind of a tough matchup as a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher. What you tell yourself is, I want to stay square to the plate.
Matt McClain stands in for the Phillies. Singing when the year's over, he'll have a new career high for RBIs in a season. And first offering is fouled off. Hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. So a man aboard now with one away.
Just so sound in his mechanics. Hits against a firm front side. And the hands just continue to carry through the middle of the field.
Here's a big power threat. Brent Rooker.
He's been on fire at the dish lately. 4 extra base knocks already in this series.
Here's the pitch. Runner on the goal. That's in for a strike. Throw to second. Save. That was close, but StatCast shows us why he so often seems to be on the safe side of these steal attempts, Chris.
Yeah, you see that plus speed, and he needed every last bit of it to swipe that bag. Such a threat on the bases.
Hard hit to third. Over to first, and there's 2 away.
Well, off to a great start. He's really cruising out there on the mound. He's got a chance to get through these first 2 innings with under 20 pitches. That could set him up to go deep into this game.
Here's Miguel Andujar. That one fouled off. McClain at second with 2 down. Two outs. On the ground to the left. Mauricio gathers and throws to first. And that is that. Phillies strand 1. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score. Bottom of the second. And the batter will be the shortstop, Ronnie Mauricio.
That's ball 4.
So the lineup flips over. Next to hit, Bobby Witt Jr. He's turned into one of the best shortstops in the game. chopped out in front of the plate. And see, he busted it down the line for that infield single.
Boom, that's staying within his game right there. I mean, this speedster gets the infield single, and now he's on base to possibly do some damage. I love seeing what guys like this can do to disrupt the game once they get in a position to do so.
So digging in now for Philadelphia, Adam Duvall. 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. Smash to center, way back, and you can forget it. Home run. A gigantic blast. His 32nd of the year. It's 2-0. He only needed one swing to square it up.
Not wasting any time in that at bat, Boog. Aggressive, and it paid off. When you're lacking velocity, it's so critical that you move the ball around, change speeds, even try to trick the hitter at times. But when you give up a home run right there, manager doesn't have a lot of patience because the velocity's not there to overcome and get the swing and miss.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now. In the air out towards right center. Marte moves under it. Brings it in. And there are 2 down.
It's a good recovery, though, after giving up the home run. Not allowing it to stay in the head, but going to work at the next hitter, and a tough one at that.
2 outs, base is empty. Will Smith stands in for the Phillies. Right through there for a strike.
0-1's the count.
Bases empty, 2 away, but 2 runs are in here in the finale of this 4-game set. Swing and a high fly ball in the air left field. That'll make it out of here. A massive home run. Home run number 30 on the year. It's 3-0. He absolutely feasts on right-handed pitching and devours that one for a homer.
And you can see that's what he expects of himself at bat after at bat. He's that confident. There was a sinker up in the zone. It looked like it came out of the pitcher's hand a little bit too early. Doesn't have the velocity that good four-seam fastball does. And at the plate, he didn't miss it.
Joey Votto getting ready to hit. That one ripped. This looks like extra bases. And this is going to be a 2-out triple.
He needed that one. It's been a tough stretch at the plate lately. Center fielders in today's game are so talented and so athletic. So when you blast one to deep center and get it to drop in, you know you really put a great swing on it. And that was nicely done for extra bases.
So 2 down. Now it's the second baseman, Matt McClain. 1 for 1 with a single so far. Swings through that one for strike 1.
0-1.
Hard on the ground to first. He steps on the bag. That ends the inning and stops things from getting out of hand. 3 runs for him here, and they move ahead. We move on to the bottom of inning number 3. It's the Phillies 3 and the Mets nothing. And welcome back to the ballpark. And now the rookie second baseman, Jeremiah Jackson.
Well, after scoring runs, this is where you're looking for that shutdown inning. Get that hot team back in there to swing the bats.
Jeremiah Jackson.
3. You're out. First base. 3.
And at first, so up next for New York, Trace Thompson. 0 for 1. He struck out swinging last time. Thompson goes 6 feet 3 inches, 225 pounds, and he was a second-round pick back in 2009.
Fans, on your drive home, don't forget to tune in to AM 1750 for a full recap of our ball game. And of course, lots and lots of debate. It's the Big O and Grumpy Joe Show, featuring Omar Cannon and Joe Wilkerson. After the ball game, exclusively on 1750 AM. fans, in support of the ongoing commitment to increase opportunities for youth participation in baseball and softball, we're teaming up with the Baseball Tomorrow Fund and Major League Baseball to host an equipment collection drive next Saturday here at the ballpark. Fans are invited to bring newer used equipment, as well as make cash contributions which will benefit local organizations.
Swing and a foul straight back. Now a high fly ball out to left center. Makes the catch. Now up to hit Francisco Lindor.
So clutch, you could argue that he's been this team's MVP this year.
one at the knees for a strike. Francisco Lindor at the plate. The Mets shortstop, originally drafted by Cleveland, and a guy with some serious power and an excellent defender. Mauricio, the runner at first with one gone in the inning. In the air, right side. Squeezes it. Stepping in, Luis Angel Acuna. His first at-bat was a strikeout. There's a swing and a miss.
Wow, good luck catching up to that one.
Gets under it and pops it up. Drifts towards it. And that is that. Mets leave one. They trail in this one 3-0. We go to the top of the fifth, and digging in for Philadelphia, Bobby Witt Jr. We talk about guys with good speed, and definitely he has it. But pushing the offense aside for just a second, Chris, it's the defensive side that I think the speed factors in the most.
0-1.
Kicks and deals. Hammer, base hit. And the leadoff man aboard.
Right there, does a great job of staying in the big part of the field. Man, there are a lot of hits there.
So man aboard, and now for the Phillies, Adam Duvall. He's already homered here in this one. Sliced hard but foul. That one ripped but foul.
He's got one already tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if he pops another one here.
On the ground is short, could be two. Over to Jackson. That's one. Back to first, and that is a double play. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This to third. Slings it across, and that is the inning. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Here's the second. So the batting order turns over. Starling Marte up to hit. Bounce to the right side, and there's a hit. Throw back in quickly. First and second now with nobody out. Jeff McNeil stands in.
Well, these Mets just aren't putting great swings on the baseball in this one. Just one extra base hit for them, so they haven't exactly been hitting the ball gap to gap or out of the park. That makes it really difficult to generate runs.
Just off the outside part of the plate. Fouls it off, still 1-2. The Phils leading by 3, last half of inning number 5. Here's a high fly ball out to center. Duvall under this one. Makes the grab, one away. Brandon Nimmo up now for the Mets. And look out. That one gets him. The second man he's plunked in this one.
Fastball high and tight right there. A scary combo. I'll tell you what, everyone in the stadium looked like they felt like they needed to jump out of the way. I know I moved.
Alvarez in the box now. Takes strike one. Just missed.
At the dish, looking to lift the ball in the air in this spot. Anything but the inning double play, Boo.
Bases loaded, one away.
Hitter's got some good opposite field power.
And that one is lifted in the air. Makes the grab. Runner tagging from third. The throw's offline. He's safe. And it's 3-1.
Well, he'll take the sac fly on the mound right there. Bases loaded. I mean, this is a high leverage situation. And if you can limit the other team, you're doing pretty good work. See if you can get this next out.
Ronnie Mauricio now. 1 for 2. Swings through the fastball up in the zone. Marte on third. Nimmo at first. 2 out of the inning. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He notches strikeout number 150 this season. 1 run in the inning, but they leave 2. 5 innings complete. It's the Phillies 3 and the Mets 1. And we're back. Start of the 6th, John Shambi with Chris Singleton. And leading off, Will Smith. Quintana back to work. And that one in the air center field. And out number 1 on the grab. And here's the first baseman, Joey Votto. And that one fouled off. 1 out, bases empty. The wind and the pitch. Ripped on the ground to second. Over to McNeil. And Votto is retired. 2 outs, base is empty. Matt McClain, the next to hit. Strike 1.
0-1.
2 down, nobody up. And here comes the Mets manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. Jose Quintana done for the day. And as he heads off, we'll step aside for a minute. Back with the new pitcher after this break. Now on the bump, Tyler McGill.
Just trying to keep this one close here. And this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
So digging in now for Philadelphia, Brent Rooker. Outfield playing very deep, not wanting anything over their heads. That one fouled hard the other way. McClain on at second with 2 down. And strike 2.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Right-handed reliever. Bounced out to short. Tosses to first. And that is the 3rd out of the inning. Clean work out of the Mets bullpen there. 6, 7, 8, 2 in the bottom of the 6th. It's the Phillies 3 and the Mets 1. Bottom of the inning. And now Trace Thompson.
The center fielder, Trace Thompson. Now pitching for Philadelphia, number 33.
Nobody out. Lindor has a chance to tie it. He's 0 for 1.
Now this team is definitely looking for a big swing of the bat right here. Try to close that gap. But, you know, at the very least, if you could find a way to manufacture that run from first, it feels like it's really important at getting back into this ballgame.
Sets him down looking. Called strike 3 and a fastball up in the zone.
Well, I think that's a case of overthinking right there. He got 3 straight fastballs looking in the 0-2 count just to pour it back.
Next is the designated hitter, Luis Angel Acuna. Swing at a ball lifted to center field. Duvall snags it on the run. Now it's the second baseman, Jeremiah Jackson. Puts it in the air out towards left center. Sizing this one up. And the inning is over. Mets strand one, and it remains a 3-1 ball game. And welcome back to the ballpark. Top of inning number 7, and now the right fielder, Miguel Andujar. Here comes a pitch. Base knock center field. Man aboard on the leadoff single.
Well, a swing like that can help you come out of the struggle. We saw the numbers coming into the ball game, but all he's trying to do at this point is help his team win.
And now Jake Fraley. Going one. McGill in his third season, 28 years old, and he was drafted in the 8th round back in 2018. On a line out towards center. Thompson makes the catch, and there's one down. Now here's Bobby Witt Jr. And he lays down a bunt. And foul ball. Here's your 1. And a bunt towards third. And it goes just foul. Swing and a drive deep right field. That's down. One hops off the wall. Headed for the plate. The relay. And he's out.
A lot of real estate to cover on that play defensively. A long throw to the cutoff man, and then a lot of ground to make up as well on the relay. But an excellent job of execution and getting that out at the dish as he tried to make it home all the way from first base.
So digging in, Adam Duvall. His 2-run homer back in the third was an important swing of the bat in this one.
Yeah, there's no doubt he helped set the tone fairly early, and certainly part of the reason why they've got the lead right now.
Line drive, and that should be extra bases. Coming home, he'll score, and they're up by 3. And into second easily with a 2-out double.
Didn't take long to get a result for that at bat. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
So up next, intentional walk here with 2 out. They set up a force at any base to end the inning.
Clearly didn't want to mess with them right there, so I think it makes sense to play the numbers game in this spot.
So 2 on with 2 away. And now it's the cleanup spot for the Phillies. Will Smith. Hammered on a line to the left, base hit. Around third. Now he stops and he's able to get back into third. That ball was absolutely ripped. 111 off the bat. And I'm pretty sure it started to whistle after it left the bat.
I think I heard that too, Boog. And these are the moments we appreciate when we can look at StatCast and just see exactly what the data is. Always so much fun to see what numbers pop up.
Now a chance for Joey Votto.
0-1.
loaded up here in the top half of inning number 7. Now a move being made for a pinch hitter, Christopher Morel.
Bringing in some thunder in a big spot, and they're hoping he can get a hold of one for sure.
Hard grounder into the outfield for a knock. One runs in, fires it to the plate. He's in there. It's 6-1.
One of the hardest things to do in the game, to stay mentally and physically ready for the big opportunity, and he came through for his club right there.
Joey Lucchesi gets handed the rock out of the pen.
I think it's got to be a little tough coming in out of the pen when your guys are trailing so big on the scoreboard. Just doesn't have the same intensity to it, but he's got to find a way because these batters count the same for his stats, obviously, regardless of the score.
Here's the second baseman, Matt McClain. And there's the strike.
Not the easiest thing when you're talking about a guy that's, perhaps is going to be in the rotation, maybe a long relief guy, to not start an inning, to come into an inning with pressure on it and try to get yourself comfortable.
2 on, 2 outs. Bunt attempt, but that goes foul. High fly ball, pretty well struck out towards right center. And that gets down into the gap. 1 run across. 2 runs across now. And his 3rd hit of the game is a triple.
Nicely done. Brings home 2. Put a really nice balanced swing on it. And when you can rope one into the gap like that, you're thinking extra bases from the first couple of steps out of the box. And he'll feel real good about that one.
Runner at 3rd, 2 gone. Here's the left fielder, Brent Rooker, 1 for 3. That's a base hit. Run scores. It's not often someone hits a baseball this hard. It's worthy of the StatCast treatment, Singy.
Well, I was anxious to see what that exit velo would be, and wow, 116 miles per hour. StatCast absolutely lives for these moments. It's so cool to get that kind of data back almost instantly.
Next to hit, Miguel Andujar. What a stop on the run, sends it over to first. Nicely done for the out. So in the end, 10 come to the plate, 6 of them come around to score. 7th inning stretch time. It's the Phillies 9 and the Mets 1. Staying in the game on defense, Christopher Morel. He pinch hit last half and now takes over at first. Here's Starling Marte. 3 for 3 with 2 singles and a double.
The right fielder.
Man at first with 1 gone, and stepping in for New York, Brandon Nimmo. Oh, he hit him, and that got him pretty flush.
That's one of those lookout pitches. As soon as it leaves the pitcher's hand, you start bracing for impact, knowing that it's going to be hard to get out of the way. That one.
First and second, 2 down. Now it's the shortstop, Ronnie Mauricio.
Struck out on just 3 pitches last time.
Swinging a foul straight back. And a big swing and a miss.
I think he was sitting off speed there.
First and second, 2 down. Here at the bottom of the seventh.
We need to improve.
Evan.
I'm sure I really love our starting rotation next year. We got to get through April and get fullback and go back.
Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2. At the belt and fires. And that just misses.
See what's possible, what's not.
When you talk to
In the air, left field. And he makes the grab. And that's the inning. 2 left for the Mets. They trail it big. It's 9-1.
For 26.
Yeah, look,
and we're back, ready to begin the 8th. So here's the Phillies DH, Jake Fraley. Lucchesi back to work. Bunting for a hit. And he picks it up in foul territory. And a pitch. Trying to bunt his way on. And that's just
change there, coaching-wise. And
foul.
expect better results.
So the Philly batting order turns over. Bobby Witt Jr. digs in now.
No matter what, when you're playing this kind of rival, take your game to another level.
Bunting, and it's right in front of the plate. And he picks it up, and he'll put it in his pocket. One down, base is empty. And he drops it down the third baseline. And foul ball. One gone, runner at first. Adam Duvall stands in for the Phillies. He's already homered in this game. Runner on the go. Pitch in for a strike. And that's a stolen base, not even close.
Well, with that kind of elite arm he has behind the plate, man, it's a pretty big deal when you can swipe a bag against this dude. Maybe more than anything, it prevents teams from just testing him, thinking that they can even steal a base. But right here, they successfully moved that runner up to scoring position. Good job.
Let's get this part.
Sell the team. Sell the team, Hal. Go ahead, sell the team, and you can cry for when you get your billions done. Sell the team.
Next offering is in for a strike.
Sell the team. Sell the team, Hal.
Basically saying sell the team away from the Yankees report. Aaron was telling him to sell the team. Guess I might as well hear the rant. Might as well hear the rant. Everyone's. I mean, this is the personal conclusion by complaints about this.
Sell the team. Sell the team, Hal. Go ahead, sell the team, and you can cry for it when you get You're not making any money and this and that, blah, blah, blah.
One out, the runner. Here's the third baseman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Swings and sends a rocket to right. Marte makes the grab, and that'll end the inning. One left for Philadelphia, but they still hold a commanding 9-1 lead.
They, I think it's $20 for like $100 like 2 years ago.
On the TV network.
And welcome back to the ballpark. Ready for the bottom of the 8th. And now the center fielder.
Back for 2 years, right? So they can get under the luxury tax.
Trace Thompson.
Three. Four. Extra base. Three.
Now pitching for Philadelphia, number 66.
This is a huge win to take this series on the road before heading back home. You go home feeling good about yourselves. You've got some good momentum, but at home you also have a higher expectation to play well. So they're going to have to maintain the focus because those fans are expecting a lot.
9-1 is how it ends. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shambi. We'll see you soon.
Final line score this afternoon. First for the victorious Philadelphia Phillies, 9 runs, 16 hits, 1 error. They left 8 runners on base. For the Mets, 1 run, 8 hits, no errors. They left 16 runners on base. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon. And we remind you to please drive home safely.
what are we doing for that? Oh, really, huh? That was so simple.